My God, I hope the pilot isn't hurt. Well, I don't think this accident is going to be the scoop of my life. I can't leave just yet.
So, you finally woke up?
Hi.
Hello. My name is Adam Coverlier.
But where am I? I was on the volcano. I took a fall. This place looks so different.
Welcome. You are beneath Snafell volcano. You are one of the privileged few of your race to gain entry to this secret beach.
I don't understand. What's this place called?
The first camp.
My name is Ariane. I'm a photojournalist for Horizons magazine. I had an accident. Is there a place around here where I can phone for help?
Not that I know of, except Askiam. You see, I've been holding up in seclusion for years now, so I don't quite know what to tell you.
You live on this beach?
No, I was looking for something here. Actually, I need help too.
Don't tell me you're lost too.
Well, not the same way you are. I need to replace the crystal at the tip of this wand, but I'm too old to hunt this sort of treasure. You find it and bring it to me.
But I have other things to do. I have to get out of here as fast as possible.
Believe me, I'll make it worth your while. Find the crystal, and I'll help you out.
Have you seen my pilot by any chance?
No, I haven't run into anyone else.
Askiam, is that the closest town?
As a matter of fact, it's the only town.
The only one?
Yes, it's where the men of the first camp regrouped. I was born there, but now I prefer my solitude.
How do I get to Askiam?
You've got to go through the old mine.
All right, it's a deal. Where do I find this crystal?
In the cave by the camp. You have to polish it like the one on my wand.
Really? And where shall we meet?
You're headed for the city, right? So we'll meet on the way there. I must leave you now, Ariane. I'll be expecting you to show up with the new polished crystal.
Okay, Adam. What an oddball. I'd better have a good look around. This sure is a strange place. beach in Iceland? It's good to know the territory. Who's buried here? There might be some information in my encyclopedia. These graves don't say the same thing as the encyclopedia. What can I use to polish it? forgotten something. Wow, I must be dreaming. This can't be possible.
Who's there?
Hello, I'm Ariane, a photojournalist.
Lieutenant Lenkoff. What can I do for you, miss?
It's a bit strange, but could you tell me where I am?
You're at an army outpost on the inlet, in the wild zone. What are you doing here?
I had a fall and woke up on the beach near an old camp.
Are you from the surface?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to tell my friends what happened. Would you help me, please?
Sorry, lady, but I can't do that sort of thing without authorization from my superiors. I've got other priorities.
Have you seen my pilot?
No, nobody's passed by here in a long time.
I was told that there's a town, Ascian, where I might get some help.
That's true. To get there, though, you've got to take the suspension bridge. And I've no idea what condition it's in.
That's a fine mess I'm in. I've got to get out of here. Wow, these mushrooms are... How on earth could they grow this big?
Well, the elders have studied them a great deal, but all I know is that they're sturdy enough to hold our observation post.
So I see, though I doubt anyone will believe my photos. I saw some graves down there. Are any of your ancestors buried on the beach?
Ivan Platonov was my ancestor. He was a great Russian scientist, and a member of the expedition led by Armand Leteffier.
Is there a problem?
My mate's injured, and I've got to evacuate him.
What's he got?
A broken leg, apparently. First, we need something to ease his pain.
What does he need?
He has a fever, and his leg needs to be splinted before he can be moved.
Have him take this pill with water. It'll kill the pain.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to explore the area.
Be back soon.
I've never seen a soldier like him before.
Did you learn much from your...
Yes, thanks. You can use this to steady his leg.
Thank you very much.
How's he doing?
Much better now. But to evacuate him, I need to call our pterodactyl. And our conch is broken.
Your pterodactyl?
Listen, Ariane, we've got to hurry it up.
Well, I'd probably better not make him angry. Maybe I could try to fix your conch.
Yes, please give it a shot.
What's the matter with it?
The outer shell is broken, and the chambers within are worn with age. I don't know where to find a new one.
I'll be back.
Be careful.
This is beyond belief. I'll have to make sure my report doesn't look like pure fabrication. What's going on here? Oh no, I can't answer. I hope my SOS got through.
Did you learn much from your stay, Ariane?
Yes, thanks. I think it ought to work now.
Great. Now we can evacuate Nils. We're ready to go. I'll tell the authorities you have arrived. To enter, use the password Arne Saknussemm. Feel free to take anything you need here. We're very much in your debt. Good luck, Ariane.
Goodbye, and thanks. Well, here I am on my own again. I just saw a pterodactyl! Oh, brother, 2 days? Well, in the meantime, I'll try to find out some more about this place. Let's hope I can find a way out of here and my pilot is safe and sound.
Back again?
Here is your polished crystal.
Why, thank you. What fine workmanship. Ariane, you are welcome in my hut.
Thanks, Adam. So you live here?
Yes, this is my lair.
What an odd construction. Mind if I take a few pictures?
Go right ahead. It's just a heap of old bones.
Is there any way to get back to the volcano from here?
Who knows?
It's important, Adam. There must be a passageway somewhere.
Yes, I guess, but who knows where it is? I have no idea.
Have you ever been to the surface?
No, I like this world.
You said we're under the volcano.
Yes.
Then why isn't it dark here?
Because the air pressure generates heat and light.
That's the best one yet, but I do have a weird feeling. Say, I've never heard of Askium before.
It's an underground city, a sealed-off world, protected from the surface. You couldn't possibly have known of it.
If you say so, but I find that rather hard to believe.
Our ancestors were scientists who vanished from the face of the earth, Actually, they just wanted to hide out here and live out their scientific ideals undisturbed.
Armand Latifaire is one of your ancestors?
Ah, you saw his grave. He was a great man, but his humanist dream is light years away now, as Khayyam has drifted since the days of the Founding Fathers.
That's why you left?
Yes, people nowadays, they swear by technology. They have sealed themselves off and lost their humility.
The mushrooms along the creek are truly humongous. Are they natural?
Don't worry, they're not dangerous, but they're not edible either. Apparently, certain species thrive in this environment.
But how could they possibly get that big?
It's a congenial climate, no parasites. It's the evolution of the species.
Wow, those look like mammoth tusks in the entrance.
Close, they're mastodon tusks. This island is full of them.
Oh? Mastodon, that reminds me. Can it be that I saw a pterodactyl?
Sure, why not? Those creatures have been around since prehistoric times.
You mean they're dinosaurs? Honest-to-goodness prehistoric creatures?
But of course, what a silly question.
The dinosaurs have survived here? Who would believe it? No, either I'm dreaming or you're pulling my leg. Is this subterranean world very large?
Oh yes, it takes several weeks to traverse it by foot, but there is only one city.
Oh really? Why is that?
There aren't very many inhabitants, just a few thousand, but there's safety in numbers, as they say, for it's a wild, wild world, you know.
And a very old one to boot.
Well, not older than your world on the surface of the Earth, but more protected. It has evolved differently.
Well, I have to go now.
Feel free to come back and see me, Ariane.
I will. Till then.
Till then, Ariane.
Closed. This cup is intriguing. What happens if I throw something in it? What? But that's awful. That's impossible. A bona fide T-Rex. That'll look great in my book. No, I don't want to die today. He didn't see me, but I'll have to make him run away to get through. He didn't see me, but I'll have to make him run away to get through. Here's the suspension bridge again. The vault is attached to... must be very high. It's hidden in the sky. This machine doesn't work by itself.
Hello, miss. You're Ariane, aren't you? We were notified of your arrival.
Yes, but how...
My name is Oseen. I've been assigned to guard the city gate.
This is asking him, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I would like to enter the city. Lieutenant Lenkoff told me the password is Arne Saknusum.
Right. The chief engineer is expecting you.
I'm from the surface, and I would like to find a way out of here.
You should ask the chief engineer. As for me, I don't know if there is one.
But perhaps you know where I can make a phone call?
Yes, you'll find plenty of public phones in the city.
Why all these cameras?
To monitor the surroundings. I believe you're a photographer, aren't you?
Yes, a photojournalist.
Would you mind taking a look at my old camera? I don't know how to fix it. It's in the laboratory in the tower.
What is this tower?
We keep our domesticated pterodactyls here. And down there's a photo lab.
Huh? Who is this chief engineer?
The leader of the city.
Your mayor?
Exactly.
Why are the surroundings under so much surveillance?
Let's say better safe than sorry. Our monitors detect any intruders.
Why? Have you had trouble in the past?
Well, when we heard tell of war on the surface, we were afraid the men might come down here.
Which war do you mean?
The Great War, of course. The whole face of the earth put to fire and sword.
I don't get it. What is with these people? You must be kidding.
Miss, there's no point in prevaricating. We know what's happening on the surface thanks to our hidden cameras.
Can you tell me more about your camera?
Not really. It was made in 1860 and belonged to my family. It seems to be missing a part and probably needs greasing.
Well, I'm off, Oseen.
It was a pleasure chatting with you, Ariane.
Let's go have a look at the secret city. When I get out of here, I'll have a mind-boggling exclusive.
Hello, miss. I'm Wallace, chief engineer of the city.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ariane, photojournalist for Horizons magazine. When was this city founded?
The pioneers of the first camp settled here in 1874 after the death of the founder, Armand Latifiere, according to his wishes and in his honor.
Listen, I'm looking for a way to get back to the volcano.
There's no path to the surface, and with a global war going on there, it might be better for you to stay down here.
Guess so, but at the very least, I ought to find a way to contact my office.
Listen, Ariane, you're a welcome guest in our city, but please stay here for the time being, and don't contact the surface till I give you the go-ahead.
But... why do you have street lamps here?
It's never dark here, but a very thick fog sometimes steals up on us without warning, so we need street lighting to avoid accidents.
Oseen told me you are closely monitoring the surroundings.
That's right, we want to prevent any invasion from outside.
But nobody knows about your city.
It would be enough for one single person to know, like you, for instance, to bring the war down here.
I've been hearing tell of a war, but there's no world war on the surface.
Ariane, we know the facts. The killing's been going on for 1.5 years now.
That's ridiculous.
Ariane, I'm inclined to believe that you really are in the dark. The fall may have jammed your memory. Perhaps you've been down here longer than you think.
Well, I remember that I was on the volcano the morning of June 5th, 2005, and I know for sure that only 3 days have passed since then. Isn't that so?
Not quite. Today's the 20th of March, 2007.
You must be kidding.
Not at all, miss.
What does this poster mean?
Any young people who volunteer can work for the city in our diamond mine. We're building up diamond reserves to pay outside mercenaries who'll make sure men from the surface never find their way into our world.
Mercenaries?
Yes, we reject violence, so the only way to protect our secret is to pay surface dwellers to do the job for us.
What are you saying? It's the year 2007?
Yes.
But that's impossible. My computer doesn't give that date. And my accident can't possibly have been 2 years ago.
Indeed. Maybe you lost your memory long before your fall, but rest assured, Ariane, we'll do our best to make you feel at home here.
Yeah, well, thanks. But that won't help much. What is there to see in your city?
The lower districts make for a nice stroll, but if you want to find out about our origins, go to the upper district, especially the Academy archives, where we keep records of our entire history.
Sounds interesting. I'll make sure to go.
In that case, I'll try to arrange a meeting with the rector of our academy. He wanted to meet you anyway.
Thanks. Am I to understand you don't trust me?
This may seem cruel to you, but if I ask you not to contact your friends on the surface, it's because they mustn't know that we exist.
In other words, I'm a prisoner of your city?
You will appreciate that the delicacy of the situation compels us to be cautious. Consider yourself our guest, and give us time to get to know you. Your case will be put to the council as soon as possible.
But who are these mercenaries, and where are they from?
Sorry, Ariane, that information is confidential.
Thanks for the information.
I'm at your service, Ariane.
Where are we? In a hole in space-time? To make matters worse, they're holding me captive in this city. But that Wallace doesn't know what I'm capable of. What's going on? My God, the worst could now come to pass. Aha! Now I know why I had the feeling I was being watched. We'll see if they play hard to get after the scoop I'm bringing. Hey, this clock has stopped?
Figure out the monorail service. How can I help you?
Good day, sir. My name is Ariane. I am new to the city. I just wanted to let you know that clock in the hall isn't working.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm rather busy, but you can come to my office, miss.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ariane, and
Oh, you're the newcomer. Welcome, miss. Enrique at your service. I am the city mailman and projectionist.
do you work here?
Yes, I'm in charge of routing the mail and keeping the communication lines in good working order. Once a week, I run the newsreel projector.
Do you have any communication with the outside world?
Outside the city? No, fortunately not.
Where did you get news of the war?
We have cameras in some of the ancient passages that lead to the surface. From time to time, we bring films in.
Some of the passages still lead to the surface.
No, they are all sealed off now.
Who brings the films in?
I do. Nowadays, I ride with the convoys headed for the mine. It's a more practical arrangement. They sell the reels inside the mine, so I don't even have to poke my nose above ground.
Can I see some of the films?
Sure, take this one. It's supposed to be quite interesting. And here's a key to the projection room.
Why, thank you. We'll see you around, Enrique.
It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
So the clock in the hall stopped just like that?
Yes.
That's just what I was afraid of. There's a severe power shortage in the city, and if I don't find a solution today, the city will be defenseless. This couldn't have happened at a worse time.
Do you work here?
Yes, I'm the head of Alta Monorails. In other words, I see to the city's automated traffic and its power supply.
Does the Alta monorail line make stops outside the city?
Just one at Latifer Gate Station, but only if a caravan is planned.
What's up with the electricity?
I'm not receiving any more energy flux from our relays.
How does the system work?
An energy collector captures ambient electricity in the air and transmits it to my antenna. I can store energy or transform it using these generators.
Is the collector working?
Yes, but... Oh, the transmission coordinates have been changed. That's why I'm not receiving anything anymore.
Should the coordinates be reset?
Yes, but I can't remember where I put the sheet with the computation formula. and the calculation's liable to take too long.
Is there any way I could help you?
If you think you can do it.
Do you know where I can recharge my laptop battery?
I'm afraid not. The whole city needs a new battery.
I've got to go, Figaro.
Goodbye, Ariane, and remember, you can walk in our door anytime you like. Any news?
I've got to go, Figaro.
Goodbye. Any news?
Looks to me like everything's okay again.
Ariane, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your help.
How about letting me recharge my laptop battery now?
Anything you like. Can you send a confirmation telegram? Here's some blank paper.
I'll take care of it. I've got to go, Figaro.
Goodbye, Ariane, and remember, you can walk in our door anytime you like.
That's odd. This sudden change of coordinates. Looks like sabotage.
Are you looking for something?
I've got to send a telegram.
Okay, give me all that and I'll send it right away.
Thank you, Enrique. Enrique, I'll be back soon.
See you!
News from the surface. The war still wears on. There is fighting everywhere while the devastated civilian population lies low. But all these heartrending images must not make us forget that these men have chosen their misery. So report any suspicious incidents to the authorities, lest our world succumb to a similar fate. Our valiant miners. The first volunteers have already mined 50 tons of ore. In their honor, Wallace, our beloved chief engineer, gave a speech that mesmerized the crowd. We have heeded the voice of reason and solidarity, he proclaimed. By refusing war and fatalism, we are defending our cherished refuge without bloodshed. May reason triumph over the canker of selfishness. United in brotherhood, let us take action to win our freedom. Many young people have heeded the call to reinforce the ranks of the first convoys. Don't hesitate. Come and join the volunteers. Your efforts will redound to the greater glory of our community.
Ariane, enter this world and there goes your anonymity. But what about this war? Is it a scam? Who's behind it all? Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go.
Good day, miss. Can I help you?
Hello, my name is Ariane, and I'm new to this city.
Oh, it's you. Nice to meet you. I'm Heracles, antique dealer and animal keeper, like my father and my father's father before me.
Where do you find your animals?
In the jungle on the outskirts of the city. It's dangerous, but ever so rich in wildlife.
Could you show me the outlying districts?
You know, I don't leave the city anymore since we got wind of the war. Incidentally, I can't keep my customers satisfied anymore because I'm all out of eggs.
What kind of eggs are you looking for?
Any kind, as long as they're alive, so I can keep my nursery going.
And where do you find them?
In the wild, of course, and sometimes at Adams.
You've never heard tell of a passage to the outside world?
Lord, no. What a ridiculous question.
Do you really fear an invasion?
Of course, though I have full confidence in our surveillance system, and our diamond reserves ought to keep us safe for centuries.
Have you ever worked in this diamond mine?
No, my health won't allow it. You see, it's a fairly long trek by caravan to the mine,
And when is the next convoy due to depart?
well, one took off last week, and the next caravan won't be leaving for another 3 months, I think.
May I enter your shop?
Please, come right in.
Well, see you around, Heracles.
Nice meeting you.
This clock runs too fast. That explains the year 2007, but not this war. Adam, what are you doing here?
Ariane, I was waiting for you.
I thought you were fleeing from the city.
Well, actually, I need a potion I can't make myself, and what irks me is the pharmacist won't give it to me.
Why not?
Because she's, let's say, a terribly suspicious person.
You hadn't told me about the war.
You know, Ariane, I'd advise you not to trust anyone around here, particularly Wallace.
Really?
Yes, I don't know, but I find his whole story rather bizarre.
So do I.
He's the one who gave the inhabitants the news, and his words leave me unconvinced.
What do you know about the diamond mine?
Not much at all. It's a very old place, but all I know is that those who come back say the work is hard, but well paid. I should like to have a look around myself.
Which potion do you need?
Some Anagra of Syl. It's a revelation powder they sell at pharmacies on prescription.
All right, I'll try to find your potion.
Thank you, Ariane. Do you have any new...
It's a hologram machine?
Yes, a telelogram. Never seen one before?
No, I haven't.
It generates animated three-dimensional images that we can send back and forth.
How fascinating. All right, I'll try to find your potion.
Thank you, Ariane.
Hello. My name is Ariane, and I've just arrived in the city.
Armando Grunfeld.
Is this the pharmacy?
Yes. Do you have a prescription?
Yes, here it is.
That's one of Adam's tricks. I don't serve him.
Why not?
None of your business, young lady.
Heracles badly needs some biocardamom.
Yes, it's true. You told me about it. I'll go get some at the university.
I can go for you.
That's out of the question.
Here you are. I happen to have one ticket.
Thanks. I'll be back soon.
Phew, what a fierce one.
Do you have any news?
Here you are. Your potion.
Thank you, Ariane. Here's an aerial map in exchange. It will help you find the giants.
Thanks. That might come in handy. I have to go, Adam.
See you, Ariane.
Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go. How do you do, sir? My name is Ariane, and I'm a photojournalist.
How do you do, miss? I'm Gustav, the balloonist of Askium. You're the newcomer from the surface, aren't you?
Yes, that's me. So you're a balloonist. Do you know the region well?
I should say so. I keep an eye on the surroundings, and occasionally carry passengers. I can show you around if you like.
Oh, I'd like that. Can we take off right away?
Well, my balloon needs a few adjustments first.
From the air, have you noticed a passage to the surface of the Earth?
No, I haven't. Besides, I can't go everywhere. And I certainly wouldn't want to go to the surface.
Do you really fear an invasion?
I've never seen anything with my own two eyes. But the pictures that have been broadcast speak for themselves. The civilians on the surface are in great danger, aren't they? They will be seeking refuge.
Have you ever seen the diamond mine?
No, it's too far away. And I can't fly over the sea in my balloon.
There's a sea?
Yes, there is.
Is there any way I can help you get the balloon ready?
Well, if you go to the university, see if you can get a bottle of helium. And then we'll have to fix this leak.
What leak?
In the main tube. See for yourself.
Thank you for all the information, Gustav.
You're very welcome.
Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go.
What are you doing here?
What is this place?
The Universal Research Laboratory. But you have no business being here.
What is in this box?
Don't touch it. We're studying the phenomena of fog, which causes magnetic interference. Sorry, but I have to go. I've just finished distilling the biocardamom. I've got to bring it to Heracles right away.
Well, in that case, I'll be going.
Don't forget to close the door on your way up.
Ariane, what a surprise. Since you're here, allow me to introduce you to Alexander, the rector of our Academy of Science.
Nice to meet you. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all. We'd already finished.
Is this the archives?
Yes, access to this room is restricted.
As rector of the Academy, I should like to invite you to pay a visit to the library.
You've got huge maps.
Yes, we do. These are all the lands that we have explored.
That might not be very interesting to you. Besides, you look tired.
Not in the least. Wallace, when will you give me authorization to leave the city?
You already want to leave us?
I haven't decided anything yet, but I promise to make up my mind as soon as possible.
In the meantime, I'd like to say that you are very welcome at my academy.
Thank you. I'll leave you now. I'm going to take a look around.
Well, enjoy your reading. I must be on my way, too.
See you around. Watch it. Wallace doesn't trust you. Don't do anything stupid. I'll try to put in a good word for you.
I appreciate it. What a charming man. I should watch this newsreel. Giants? Another race of humanoids? Is it true? This accident could turn out to be the chance of a lifetime. Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go. Hey, this documentary's a fake. They're trying to frame me for the sabotage. It's getting dangerous for me here.
What are you looking for, Ariane?
Here you go. Your camera's fixed now.
Fantastic! I hardly know what to say. Ask whatever you want of me.
Let me leave the city.
All right, but promise to come back soon.
We'll see you around, Oseen.
See you around, Ariane.
I'm ready to leave now.
You're back.
I found some eggs.
Great. These are buttes. You saved my life.
Really?
Yes, really. Go see my friend Gustav and tell him I sent you. He knows the outlying areas well. He's a balloonist. You'll find him at the marketplace, and he might be able to take you to the giants.
Thanks a lot. Huh? Giants?
Yes, they're a friendly nation that dwell beyond the eastern frontiers. A race of very big and very wise humanoids.
If you say so. Is there a way out there?
No, but they might be able to help you find one.
Thanks, Heracles.
You're very welcome, Ariane.
Is everything all right, Ariane?
Heracles told me that the giants might help me get out of here.
They are wise people. I could bring you there, but I'd need an aerial navigation map. They're a rare item, and I'm afraid I wouldn't know where to find one.
I have a map that might prove handy.
Ah, that's wonderful. It's very detailed. I can bring you to the giants as soon as the balloon is ready to fly.
Fine. I will see what I can do.
Thanks, Ariane. See you soon.
Hold on, Ariane. We're taking off. En route to the giants.
I mustn't miss a beat. This'll be the scoop of the century. Who would believe it? I'm flying over unknown lands. I will be the first surface dweller to unearth these discoveries. And these giants, a new race of intelligent beings.
We're there already, Ariane. Take your time.
Thank you, Gustav. How do I get to the village?
That way. Enjoy your walk.
Can we take that balloon again?
We'll have to wait a bit to give the system a breather. And a checkup.
Thanks for the ride, Gustav.
My pleasure, Ariane.
Well, I sure hope everything is okay up there. I wish I could go back. Oh, there's a giant! And Mastodons! Awesome! I'm dying to see this giant.
Peace be with you, young lady.
Good day, sir. My name is Ariane. I'm a reporter. I've come to visit your village.
I am Kanu Pale, keeper of the Mastodons.
Do you live in the village?
Yes, I do. Over there.
Why do you breed these Mastodons?
They gather grass for us, which they stuff in bags on their backs. We also use their milk, as well as their hides and fat when they die, but they always roam freely.
Have you heard about a war going on?
Alas, yes. You humans are so much more primitive than we are.
Have you been to the mine?
Not yet, but I will probably go. We have to help the men here if we want to keep peace in our lands.
How do I get to the mine?
You have to take a submarine from the port in the Northern Territory.
Thank you for your help, Canoe Palais.
I hope you find the answers to all your questions, Ariane.
I've got to check out this village. It's so out of this world.
We would like to extend a cordial welcome to you. Here is some of our best tobacco.
Thank you, Canoe Palais. How do I enter your village?
You have to leave all sharp-edged objects at the gate. This is one of the ways our force field protects us against various dangers.
How does the force field around the village work?
It's a wave created by our magicians and blown into the plants. The force field is permanently maintained in our Valley of the Spirits.
I have to go now.
Perhaps we shall meet again someday, Ariane.
Greetings. You must be the young newcomer.
Yes, that's me. My name is Ariane.
I'm Irumanude, the matriarch of this village.
Do you run this village?
Yes, I'm in charge of protecting our community. At the moment, there is a hole in our force field. Using my powers of telepathy, I was just mentally scanning the force field to find the hole when I sensed that you were coming. And of course, I wanted to welcome you.
I am very honored. Do you know if any passages to the surface exist?
None of us knows any, but I don't think our world is hermetically sealed.
Well, that's an encouraging thought. Do you believe there's a threat of war?
Yes, we are all in danger. United, we can try to avoid being discovered.
And if none of it were true?
Wallace has shown me some dreadful footage, and I myself sense upheavals far away.
Have you sent my people to the mine?
No, I haven't forced anybody. Each and every one of us makes a personal choice in his intimate spirit, to go or to stay.
You know magic?
What you call magic is but the development of our natural gifts. Our people have powers over mind and matter. The masters of telepathy can read each other's thoughts and project their minds into the minds of others and into space. The masters of recomposition know how to move matter at a distance, a gift they use to defend against aggression.
That's absolutely fabulous. There is a hole in your force field?
Yes, there is, but please keep it to yourself. I think we're upset by all these goings-on. They are sapping our morale. We grow weaker. We need to regroup in a spirit of unity.
You can count on me. What is intimate spirit?
In our community, everyone has an intimate spirit. A gift that influences what we do from our infancy. Decisions are often made after meditation. When we have to take an important decision, we gather together in the Valley of the Spirits.
Where is this Valley of the Spirits?
North of the village. Although you're not initiated, you're free to go there anyway.
I don't want to take up any more of your time, Ariane Menude.
Ariane, you are always welcome here.
Hi, my name is Ariane. This is the first time I've ever been to your village.
Hello. You said your name's Ariane? You wouldn't happen to have any tobacco for a fisherman, would you?
Is this what you're looking for?
Oh, what bliss. It's been some time since I last saw any little humans. I am Payanauva, a fisherman and meteorologist.
Do you catch fish for the village?
Yes, I know the sea well. It even tells me what kind of weather we're going to have. I even have a special trap to catch big, meaty fish, but I can't seem to get my hands on the right bait.
Have you ever found a passage to the outside world while sailing the sea?
No, never. Besides, I don't fish far from shore.
What about the war?
It's awful. I wish all that weren't true.
Maybe the news is false. You know, when I came from the surface, everything was fine up there.
Yes, who knows? But you're a minority of one. I mean, who would believe you? We live in fear.
What do you use for bait?
A very rare heat-giving firefly, which I place in a translucent shell.
And where do you find this rare bait?
It's hard to come by. I'm not sure whether you can find it in the village.
Thanks for the information.
Hope it'll prove useful, Ariane.
Hi, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I am Ariane, and I've only just arrived in your world.
I am Jahine Dubras, a healer. How can I help you?
What is this building?
It's a sheepfold infirmary where anyone can come to be healed or to recuperate.
You mix men with animals?
My science makes no distinction between the two.
How did you learn about the war?
From our matriarch, Iranunde.
And what if the information you received was wrong? I mean, where I'm from, there was peace.
You should consider carefully before casting doubt on the matriarch.
Why is that?
I can't go into that.
Have you been initiated? You ought to know about the Valley of the Spirits.
Yes, in fact, I have to pick some bitter berries there, but I can't leave my patients.
I can go for you if you like.
You'd be doing me a big favor.
Where shall I find the bitter berries?
They grow beneath one of the arches on Initiation Lane, at the entrance to the Valley of the Spirits. When picking the berries, your hands must be clean and well protected.
I've got to go now.
Go ahead, Ariane. You have a lot to do.
Good day, sir. My name is Ariane. I am new here.
Greetings. I'm Tohu Mala, a breeder of inhabitable plants.
What is behind those reeds?
The jousting arena, where our magicians demonstrate their skills. No one is admitted during the day.
Do you work here?
Yes, I cultivate plants that I then sell to serve as dwellings. For the time being, they are still very fragile. I have to be warned when bad weather is brewing.
Jahine Dubra needs some berries that grow beneath the arches on Initiation Lane.
Ah, I think you mean the magic berries of the senses. You can probably guess by their name what they're for. But I'm afraid I can't help you there.
Are you afraid of the war?
Yes, even though our matriarch is watching over us.
But what if there was no real threat of war?
I think there is. You know, men are so expert at causing calamity.
Can't you open up for me?
No, I can't open it to anyone who is not initiated.
Thank you for your help.
May good fortune be your guide.
Ariane, you're back again.
Can you tell me what kind of weather we're going to have tomorrow?
A dense, humid fog for sure. A bad day.
I'll be back to see you later, Payan Uva.
Okay, I won't have budged an inch.
Do you have any news, Ariane?
Payan Uva told me there will be a thick fog tomorrow.
Spirits. If he says so, it must be true. Could you ask Jahine Dubra, the healer, to prepare my seedlings to brave the bad weather?
Sure thing. Thank you for your help.
May good fortune be your guide, Ariane.
Ariane?
Jahin Dubra, to whom Mala needs you. He is afraid his seedlings will be killed by the fog tomorrow.
All right. There. Thanks to this protective spell, his seedlings have been duly protected and will withstand the fog.
Thank you. Do you know how to enter the jousting arena during the day?
Since you are not initiated, you will need to carry a protective branch. I will give you one.
Thank you very much. I've got to go now.
Go ahead, Ariane. You have a lot to do.
So this is the Valley of the Spirits. You can feel the vibrations in the air. It's a place full of magic. These signs... No, Jahine Dubra told me to protect my hands and keep them clean while picking the berries.
Ariane?
Here are the berries.
Ariane, I see that you are trustworthy, so I will tell you anything you wish to know.
You've told me to be wary when talking about the war.
Yes. Like you, I feel the information we've received is false, but I don't know what part. Iranunde is playing in this conspiracy. She has great powers of persuasion, and I respect her. Nonetheless, I recommend you be on your guard with her until we have found out the truth.
Thank you. You're the first person to speak so openly to me here. Janine Dubra, in the Valley of the Spirits there is a piece of land floating in the air.
It's a floating garden where we go to meditate. You should go there. It might awaken your intimate spirit. You are worthy of it.
How do I get to the floating garden?
You have to produce a sequence of 6 sounds. Each sound is produced by closing holes in 2 of the sacred posts.
Do you know the right combination?
You have to read the symbols on the arches of Initiation Lane and follow them in strict order. The first arch indicates the first sound, but be discreet. I don't want anyone to know what I've told you.
I will let you get back to your meditation now, Janine Dubra.
Yes, it's time I resumed.
Do you have any news, Ariane?
Jahine Dubra has cast a protective spell on your seedlings.
Thank you very much for your help. Please, take this heat-giving firefly. It's a very rare, resistant species.
Thank you. I'll take good care of it. I have to go to Humala.
If your steps should ever lead you back, remember, you will always be welcome here.
Who let you in? Why, it's a little lady. What a rarity. Please excuse my brusque welcome. I am Barez Maul, master of recomposition.
Forgive me for disturbing you. My name is Ariane. I have only just arrived in your world. Are you preparing for a joust?
Yes, this place absorbs magic spells, and I like to collect my thoughts here.
Do you think there is any way out to the surface?
Well, there ought to be, seeing as the land masses are always shifting.
So you have powers of mind over matter. Couldn't you help me get out of here?
Oh, that would be beyond my powers. I can only act upon things I know.
Can you do anything against the war?
We could flee to the opposite shore of the sea. It seems to me our matriarch is not telling us everything.
Do you think she is lying?
Maybe. But if there really is a threat of war, then Aira Manunde certainly isn't doing anything about it.
The diamond mine is on the opposite shore of the sea?
I've never been there, but it's supposed to be on an island. I have no intention of going there until I'm sure the threat of war really exists, but keep that to yourself.
My lips are sealed. What is this suspended ball?
It is the ball of memory. It preserves the memory of everything it can see or hear. Only the matriarch can read it, then she tells us what she sees. It's been a pleasure, Ariane, but I must leave you now, for I have a great deal to do.
Nice talking to you, Berets Mahul. Seems as though all these giants are sages. Makes me feel doubly small. Well, I think you're in for a surprise, my dear Hector.
Ariane, you're back again.
Is this the firefly you were looking for?
Oh, Ariane, you're too kind. Take this precious shell as a token of my gratitude. It's still alive, so take good care of it. It's a real treasure.
Why, thank you. That's a lovely gift. Do you know what the arches on Initiation Lane symbolize?
Our magicians work on the 5 senses in the following order: smell, hearing, sight, taste, and touch. And then all 5 senses combined. Each arch marks a stage of initiation.
Thanks for the information.
Hope it'll prove useful, Ariane.
It's magic. Get this whole story and you'll have it made in the shade. Well, there must be some way to climb into this garden. I should get some information. Adam, you're a real magician.
Ariane, you are the craftiest young woman I have ever met. Let's say I know a little magic.
What are you doing here?
Well, I think the breach in the barrier is coming from here. I've just arrived, and it seems to me that the spirits have grown weaker, that they are perhaps divided. We absolutely must do something about it.
Gustav thought I might get some information here about a way out to the surface, but nobody knows anything here.
Don't ask too much of them. There are many things the city folk don't know, starting with the news of the war, which seems to be more of a rumor than reality.
What are those halos of light?
The halos are produced by the energy of the floating garden. They're rendered visible by a very rare vegetable lens made by a little mollusk.
How do I get to this diamond mine?
On the submarine that is berthed outside the village, but take care not to be seen. Your best bet is to hide in the hold. It's locked, but I'll give you the entry code.
Thanks a lot. I'll take your advice. Adam, I'm missing a few things. I'll have to go down and find them.
Well, go ahead. The garden can wait. So?
Do you think all this is just a trick?
Frankly, yes. I think you'd better go on to the mine and find out what's really going on.
But who concocted this lie?
I suspect Wallace and Eira Manunde. They have great powers of persuasion, and that's the most effective means of staying in power.
But why would they do such a thing? People respect them.
Yes, but they've been in power for a long time, so they need to shore up their authority to keep their young rivals from overthrowing them.
See you later, Adam.
I'll be waiting for you. So? There's nothing else I can do here. Try to recover the harmony of the garden and escape to the submarine without being seen. That seems to be the only real way to get out.
Thank you, Adam. I'll do my best.
We shall meet again, Ariane.
If you only knew, Bettina.
What are you doing here? Kindly get off my ship, miss.
All right, all right. How do I leave without anyone noticing? Hi there. Want to see the submarine? Yeah. Come on, we'll go inside the ball together. You'd better get back to your family. I'll open the passageway for you. Okay, here goes an out-of-this-world story.
You again?
Look, I absolutely must reach the mine. So, there you go. My name is Ariane. I won't be any trouble to you whatsoever.
Well, alright. Now that you're here anyway, I can't kick you off and make you swim back. I'm Angus, the captain of the Ida, my submarine.
We've reached the diamond mine, right?
Yes, but to get into the mine you need a special pass.
I do?
I can give you one if you'll do me a little favor in return.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, I'm not supposed to go to the mine, but I've got a gift for a miner, Merofi. If you would give him some seeds from his country, I'll give you a visitor's pass.
All right. Say, have you ever heard of a way to the surface from here?
No, never.
When are you going back to the land of the giants?
I have no orders yet. so I have to stay at the mine for the time being.
How do I get to Mariofi?
Don't let anyone see you until you reach the extraction zone. Maybe you can try to hide in one of the automated wagons. If you program it right, it'll take you straight there. Beyond that, you'll have to play it by ear.
I'm going to see how the land lies. Are you staying here?
Yes, I never leave the Ida unguarded.
Hello, are you Mayor Fee?
Yes, that's me.
My name is Ariane. Angus sent me. Have you been working here a long time?
For a month. I think the work is worthwhile, even if it's cruel to the earth. Once we've got a good supply of diamonds, we can go home with our minds at ease.
Do you know if there's any way out of here to the surface?
No, I don't think there is.
But how do the diamonds get to the mercenaries?
I don't know. For the time being, we just sort out the diamonds and stockpile them.
Angus wanted you to have this.
Wow, tobacco seeds. I'm so homesick. Here they batter the earth. It's barbarous. Please give this to Angus. I'm worried.
Okay. So thanks for everything, Mayor Fee.
I thank you, Ariane.
I can see why this giant isn't happy here. It really doesn't look like his village around here. Seems things are getting complicated.
So?
Angus, I've got a message for you from Mayor Fee.
Let's see it. Very interesting. That's certainly worth a visitor's pass. You see, all I want is peace, but I'm cautious. For good reasons. Many workers don't approve of Wallace's plan. They want to mount an armed resistance to defend the world themselves.
Are there many who think that way?
No, just a handful of eccentrics. I think there's no need to warn the chief engineer yet, but I'm going to keep an eye on them.
I'm going to see how the land lies. Are you staying here?
Yes, I never leave the Ida unguarded.
Hello, my name is Ariane, and I'm visiting the mine.
I see. I'm the head driver, and my name is Furman. What is it you want to know?
What is this place?
The transportation zone. This machine breaks the ore and cleans it, then we send it to the warehouse to sort out the diamonds. But the system isn't working right. It needs to be overhauled. Please pass that on if you get a chance.
Is there any way out of here to the surface?
That's precisely the problem. We don't know where the invasion could come from. It might be more effective to arm some men to reconnoiter the terrain. Once they found the breaches, they could plug them up once and for all.
But the diamonds must get out somehow.
Our leaders keep us in the dark. I, for one, think we should stand up to them.
What's wrong with your machine?
It needs a new filter and the water pressure's too low. There must be a leak in the mains. I've been telling them that at that warehouse for ages now.
I'll take care of it.
Hey, thanks. Here, why don't you take this order slip?
Who runs the mine?
The city. Actually, the whole thing is automated. Our orders are issued in writing and rubber stamped by Wallace, the chief engineer.
Stand up to your leaders? You intend to take action?
I guess, though I don't really know. Besides, for all I know, you might be in cahoots with the pacifists. You know, a lot of us think the way I do. If nothing happens, a revolt might flare up at the mine.
Stand up to your leaders? You were talking about a revolt earlier on.
I think our leaders have already gotten in touch with the mercenaries. In my opinion, we have to take action right away. I don't trust them. We're better off taking matters in hand and fighting the invaders ourselves. We, the people, have real reasons to protect our land.
Right. I'll let you get back to work, Furman.
Thanks, Ariane.
This derrick allows me to communicate between the mine and the surface. Hello, my name is Ariane, and I have authorization to visit the mine.
I'm Mayo, supervisor of the platform.
What is there to see here?
The entire platform, the warehouse, the paddle wheel, and the derrick. But the geyser's restricted to managerial staff.
Is there any way up to the surface?
No. The only way out of here leads to the sea.
Do you fear an invasion?
Yes. Every day I think about my people. I long to return home after I'm done my duty here.
Do you think some of the workers are discontented?
There are rumors. That's all.
Why is the geyser off limits?
Those are the regulations.
But who has access to it?
Those who have a management staff card.
And who exactly are they?
I don't know their names. They're all humans. I saw a woman earlier today.
I'm going to explore the surroundings, Mayo.
Right. Then I'll continue my rounds.
Look, a visitor. Hello, my name is Amalia. I'm in charge of supplies.
Hello, my name is Ariane. May I see your warehouse?
Go right ahead.
What do you keep here?
Equipment, food. Nothing leaves here unless an order has been placed.
Are you here to help ward off the invasion?
Yes, if I can be of any use to my community.
Have you heard any complaints here?
You know, I don't talk much to the other staff.
Are you allowed to go to the geyser?
No, but my staff mate over there, who does the sorting, I think he is.
I need a filter, please. Here is my order slip.
Yep, help yourself. They're on the shelf over there.
Thanks. Thanks, Emilia.
Don't mention it.
Hello, my name is Ariane.
Hey, do you have a pass? Oh, I see you're a visitor. Well, I'm Tran, in charge of sorting.
Is there where the diamonds are separated from the ore?
Yes. The waste is thrown into the sea, and the rocks are conveyed to the lab on this funicular.
Could we have a look at the laboratory?
Only if you get authorization from the chief engineer.
How do you get the diamonds to the surface?
No idea. I just do the sorting.
You think you can stave off the invasion?
Of course.
You haven't heard any criticism of the system?
Sure, as always. But we're right to choose peace, don't you think?
Are you allowed to go to the geyser?
No.
I think he's not. Thanks for the information, Tran.
You're welcome.
So? Oh, you've saved the day!
Your machine ought to work better now.
If so, then we'll have to readjust our rate of production. There are 3 timers that need to be set according to the equations in this document. Could you take care of it while I put the filter back in?
Sure thing. I'm going to resume my tour of the mine now.
Okay, see you around. So?
Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks. It's running like clockwork now. I don't know exactly who you are, but there might be a way out on the outskirts of the mine. I've never managed to find it, but I have a map of the mine. You can have it. It might come in handy.
Thanks. I'm going to resume my tour of the mine now.
Okay, see you around.
A way out, at long last. This derrick allows me to communicate between the mine and the surface. Hello, I'm Ariane, and I've come to see the mine.
Good morning. Adam told me you were coming. I'm Tal Nadi, a platform supervisor. What is it you'd like to know?
Can you see everything that goes on here?
Yes. We supervise every level of the mine, the platform, the little funicular that carries the diamonds, and the entrance to the geyser.
You don't supervise the laboratory?
No need to. The only way to get to it is via the geyser.
And the passages to the surface, can you see them on your monitors?
As a matter of fact, no, we can't. That sector is restricted. That's pretty normal, you know, though I'm not crazy about all this secrecy.
This job, is that your way of helping to prevent an invasion?
Yes. Still, I think there's something wrong with the system.
What do you mean?
I mean, all the signs of discontent, all the secrecy about the diamonds. I'm really afraid the situation might come to a head any time now.
Is the entrance to the geyser guarded?
Yes, there's an alarm system here that blocks the mechanism.
Could that be Berets Mahul over there?
Yes, he's my superior.
That's funny. He told me he'd never been here before. Can you do me a big favor?
Adam asked me to do all I can to help you.
Get rid of him and tell him I'm about to leave the mine.
Will do. Good luck.
Here's the place to unjam the alarm system. Is everything all right?
Yes. Oh, what's going on here?
Another invention for my exclusive.
Yes, this load is excellent, but it may be dangerous to go on with this little spy snooping around in the mine. I just put the last specimens in a safe place. I would like to go with you tomorrow. We have 2 prospective buyers around there. Yes, as usual. That's right. See you later.
Who is Armanda speaking to? She's in on the conspiracy. My investigation covers the surface as well. I'll have enough material to fill a special issue all by myself. One of these balls must go into the elevator tube. So here we are, the Mastermind's headquarters. That Alexander, what a fiend. Here's the way out. Seems the moment has come to choose. Do I stay or do I go? If I leave now with this big story, I'll have it made in the shade. This is probably the only chance I'll ever get. This extraordinary story made me as famous as any reporter could ever dream of being. At long last, I could take on the assignments they never used to let me do. What's more, I was involved in all of the first expeditions, and that's where I met my husband. The first encounters with the inhabitants were rather rough. What makes me sad is that Adam has disappeared, along with virtually all the giants. Rumor has it they've gone to an unexplored land. As to the rector, he has gone into a new line of business. He's now the head of a TV station. Our paths may cross again someday. Who knows? That Alexander, what a fiend. My career can wait. I can't leave without reassuring everyone.
Ariane, I was looking for you. Bayares Mohul saw you and sounded the alarm. You must leave the mine at once.
Thanks a lot, Talnadi. Now I know who's behind all this.
In that case, go tell Adam. He's waiting for you on the supervisor's platform.
I found a way out, but I blocked it so no one can use it now. Can you stand guard for a while?
With pleasure.
There never was a war on the outside. I can prove it.
What? But why did they want us to believe there was?
To make you mine the diamonds and get rich off your labor.
Can you prove that?
I'll follow your advice.
I'll stay here as long as you're in the mine, Ariane.
Ariane, I have the feeling you found what you were looking for.
Yes, we have to warn Wallace and Ari Menude. They are the victims of a conspiracy mounted by Alexander, the rector of the Academy.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that. You'll explain it all to me later. We have to hurry up.
Adam, listen. Alexander has accomplices, so we'll need some help to break up the conspiracy.
Yes, you're right. There are some people who could help us. Tal Nadi, Enrique, and Jeanne Dubra are only waiting for proof to join our side.
Do you know where I can find more proof?
In the lab, most likely. There's a safe in there. That may be the best place to find information.
Do you have any ideas on how to crack the safe?
Yes, I do. The mechanism is well known. All the tubes must contain the same quantity of liquid. In my opinion, you have to figure out what's in each of the test tubes, then proceed accordingly.
All right, I'm off.
Good luck, Ariane.
I should examine the contents of these test tubes. I need more information. I need more information. I need more information. Once I've furnished all this proof, what am I supposed to do then? To give up a story like this would be professional suicide.
You haven't left yet?
Look at this order book. The diamonds are sold to jewelers on the surface.
Holy spirits, Ariane. You've convinced me. I'm with you all the way. Go now. We'll hook up at the village.
I have to go now, Talnadi.
All right. Be careful.
Just goes to show, you can't put all your faith in a single source of information. This dynamite is attached to the truck. The only alternative is to push the whole thing into the sea. Let's try something else. Angus, you've got to bring me back to the Giants.
Sorry, Ariane, but I haven't received any orders to that effect.
I have some important things to say to Area Menude and Wallace. I've discovered a diabolical plot.
Do you have any proof?
Look, I've just defused a bomb that was supposed to destroy the transportation system and trigger a revolt.
But, geez, that's really serious. So the warmongers have made their first move? I recognize their handiwork. Let's go, there's no time to lose. You can give me the details on the way.
Oh, Gustav, you're here?
But of course, Ariane. What do you plan to do? Spend the night with the Giants, or go back to Ascium?
I'm going to see the Giants.
Then I'll meet you there. I'm going to sleep at the Giants' village. Put any sharp-edged objects you're carrying in my balloon.
This village is such a peaceful place.
Good evening, Ariane. I was hoping to see you again. Have you found answers to your questions?
Good evening, Johanne Dubra. Yes, I have found what I wanted to know. I have some very important information for Ariane Menude. Do you know where I can find her?
She's resting. You'll have to wait till tomorrow.
I found out that the war is a trick thought up by Alexander, the rector of the academy. Now he has an army of miners at his disposal. All he has to do is sell the diamonds to make a fortune, and no one will be any the wiser.
What a diabolical plot!
One of his accomplices is Berets Mahul.
What? His accomplice? Do you have any proof?
What kind of proof would you consider conclusive?
The ball of memory from the arena. What it shows can never be untrue.
Can I bring you the ball?
Yes. To enter the arena, you'll have to wake up the plants. This little butterfly will help you. After being fed, it will fertilize the flowers and the wall of vegetation will open up. Then, I've never done it myself, you'll have to use a snare flower.
A snare flower? What's that?
Ariane, look in my infirmary. There ought to be one there somewhere. I'll try to find our matriarch. I have to concentrate now.
Right. I'm off.
See you soon, Ariane.
This civilization is so admirable. To be its discoverer would be a privilege, but it might also prove its demise.
You're finally back again, Ariane.
Here is proof positive of my discovery.
Holy spirits, I can't read it as clearly as Ariane, but I feel like you're telling the truth. You can find our matriarch in the Valley of the Spirits, but to enter the valley at night, use this flute to neutralize the force field.
I have to go, Jahina Dubra.
Yes, may the spirits keep you.
This time it's impossible to lower the garden. I'd better continue on my way. But you're not at the village, Gustav.
I wanted to check the balloon. What do you want, Ariane?
I'm sorry, but I have to go to the city at once.
No problem, Ariane. I'll take you there. I have to be at the market very early tomorrow morning anyway.
Thanks.
Here at last, Ariane. I was waiting for you to come back. Adam asked me to watch over you.
Really, I appreciate it, Enrique. Enrique, I absolutely must see Wallace.
At this hour? Well, you might find him at the university.
Damn, I noticed that they're guarding the entries to the Alta monorail stations. Now I know that the war is only a rumor devised by Alexander, the rector of the academy, to start up his diamond business. The truth is, he sells them for his own profit.
That's horrible.
One of his accomplices is Armanda, the druggist.
That's why she's standing in front of the tower. What a loathsome woman.
Wait for me. I'll be back.
All right, Ariane.
I could get rid of Berets Mahul by pretending there's a call from Armanda. I need the number of the phone cell by the tower. No, the entry is guarded by the rector's cronies.
Any news?
Enrique, there's a phone booth by the tower at the intersection. Do you know the number there?
By heart? No. But here's a list of all the phone booths in the city. The number we need is in the lower district.
Thanks. That'll be a big help.
Good luck, Ariane.
Wait for me. I'll be back.
All right, Ariane.
I need more information. Hello, Berets Mayul. This is Armanda.
Yes, what is it?
It's all right. You can leave your post. I'm going to stay, but be discreet.
Will do.
Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go. Ouch!
Ah, Ariane, what a pleasure to see you again.
Maybe, but I don't think you'd like what I have to say to you. You worked out a nice little plan with your make-believe war, and what do you intend to do with all those diamonds?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think Wallace and Ariane will have no trouble seeing what a diabolical schemer you are. Your machinations were on the verge of putting these communities to fire and sword.
Do you know that you're charming when you're enraged?
It's all over, Alexander. I'm going to hand over the evidence of your foul deeds to the authorities.
My foul deeds? Come now, let's not get carried away. There must be some mistake.
You don't fool me anymore. Listen, let's go together and see Wallace and Ariane. You can explain it all to them.
I don't think so. What a shame that you've taken sides with them. We could have gotten on like a house on fire.
Alexander, what you have done is disgraceful.
Ares Mohul, get rid of her. Adieu, Ariane.
In jail? I'm in jail? I mustn't stay here a minute longer. Hi. Hello, my name is Ariane, and...
No, I asked not to be disturbed.
Can you tell me where I am?
You're in my home and I want you to get out at once.
Well, I would like to, but I don't see how. I was teleported here.
Confound it, another one of Alexander's whims.
Do you know how to get out of here?
When Alexander shut me in here, I was furious. But since he gave me everything I needed to recreate my laboratory here, I stopped trying to escape. I like peace and quiet. And then in walks the little lady.
What is this instrument?
This is my dynamic periscope. You like it?
How does it work?
It has a number of rare and fragile parts, so don't touch it. Soon I will be able to see the starry sky above the surface of the Earth.
Very interesting. Do you know Alexander, the rector of the academy?
Yes, he's my brilliant and unbearable brother.
Are you Peter?
Yes, that's me. A few years ago we had a clash of interests. Now he takes advantages of my ideas, but I take advantage of his bad conscience. He can't refuse me anything.
Is it missing any parts to make it run?
Yes, I have to order the parts that are circled on my diagram. The problem is I need to illuminate the interior. Something seems to have fallen inside.
With my lighter, maybe I can...
No flame. The inside is coated with a flammable material.
You know what? If you would help me get out of here, I might be able to find the spare parts you need.
You? No. I don't want anything, and I certainly don't want you making a mess of things.
Okay, I get the message. Then I'll let you get back to your work.
Yes, please do. I forbid you to touch anything.
Okay, I read you loud and clear. Once it's finished, this periscope will be proof positive of my goodwill.
Ariane, is it really you? Everybody was worried about you.
Everything is okay. I was teleported by Beret's Mihul and found myself in a prison hidden in an ancient mine. There is a screwball scientist there called Peter. He's the rector's twin brother. To make a long story short, I managed to escape.
Peter is alive. Go to the jungle, Ariane. You're bound to find Gustav there. He's helping with the search.
Do you have any news from the mine? I prevented an attempt at sabotage there.
I know. Thanks to Angus's tip-off, we've brought the rioters back to the city. Everything is okay now.
Do you know where Alexander is?
No.
And his accomplices?
They're in hiding, but they can't escape detection for long.
Have you heard of the prison?
Of course not, but I know Peter. Well, that's another story altogether. I will stand guard at the mine. Alexander will be furious when he finds out Peter let you go. I have to prepare to keep watch.
What is it you need?
Well, I'll need some food, a blanket, a small mattress made of ferns, a box of wood, and a bit of coal. That's all I need to hang on for days.
Okay, I'll see about that. Adam, the giants are in danger. Alexander and his accomplices are spreading a plague. Some of the giants are in mortal danger.
Then run and find Jahine Dubra. She knows how to protect the village for the time being until we've brought a stop to it. Take some of the bones from the pile in front of my hut. They have magic powers she knows how to use.
I'm on my way. Fine. I have all the evidence I need to stop Alexander now. Besides all the documents I found, I think everybody will be convinced once they've viewed the surface through Peter's periscope.
A periscope? Perfect. Tell everyone to come here today. We'll set a trap for the traitors.
Yes, we've got to stay one step ahead of them. Thanks for the good advice, Adam.
I am so glad to see you again. Now get going, but be careful. Anything else?
Right.
Anything?
Voila! Here's everything you need.
Thanks, Ariane. Now go first thing to the Giants. I think the matriarch and the chief engineer are there.
Hope I don't get there too late. Wallace will be carrying a deadly virus without even knowing it.
I think you will still have time to prevent it.
Well, well. Yoo-hoo, Gustav! He can't land here. I think it would be easier to land in the savannah.
Oh, Ariane, I was just looking for you.
Look, if you take me back to Ascium, you'll be aiding and abetting the guy who's trying to stop me from getting to the Giants.
I don't know what to think anymore.
The first time I came here, there was a Tyrannosaur here. We can't stay here. Let's go to the Giants.
You're right, but I don't see any reason not to bring you back to the city.
Gustav, if we leave right now, no one will know you found me. As soon as I'm finished talking to the Giants, you can bring me back to Ascium, and you'll be a local hero.
Well, if you look at it that way, let's be on our way.
Payan Uva could help me light up the inside of the periscope.
Ariane, Adam told me you had disappeared.
Yes, well, I'm back again, but I found out some terrible things. Since I last saw you, I found proof that Alexander wants to spread a plague in your village.
Holy spirits! We must warn Jahina de Ubro without fail, so she can protect our village.
Yes, is she at the infirmary?
I think so.
Tal Nadi, I need to see the matriarch at once. Do you know where she is?
Yes, in the Valley of the Spirits.
Have you seen the chief engineer?
Wallace? No, but I think he's supposed to come today.
Hurry, we haven't a moment to lose.
Good luck, Ariane. Ariane, am I glad to see you again.
Good day, Payan Uva. Do you know where I might find Ariane Nude?
No, I'm sorry, Ariane.
Do you have any fireflies left? I'm looking for a very bright firefly.
I have one. I'll give it to you in exchange for a favor.
All right, what's the favor?
Would you put my crawfish traps back where they were?
How do I know which order to put the traps in?
Well, there are 3 symbols. One for males, one for females, and one for couples. And there are 3 traps. One full of males, another females, and the last one with couples. But the current mixed them up. All I know is that none of them is where it should be.
But all I need to do is take them out.
You've got to go look for my lines. They're tied to the bottom. But you can lure one of the crawfish with this bait.
I have to hurry up and find Ariane Nude.
I understand. See you soon, Ariane.
I'm back again.
Bravo, Ariane. I'll tie them on tighter this time. Here's my best firefly, as I promised.
Thank you very much, Payan Uva. Payan Uva, I have to go now.
Have a safe journey, little Ariane.
Good day, Jahin Dubra.
Ariane, they said you disappeared before you had a chance to talk to Ariane Nude.
Yes, Berets Mahul kept me prisoner, but I escaped. Now I need your help.
I'm listening.
I have still to talk to Ariane Nude.
You will find her in the Valley of the Spirits, but you shouldn't go there alone.
In Askium, I found a flask of poison. Alexander wanted to spread a plague in your village, and I'm afraid your people are still in danger.
Then I'll have to cast a spell to protect the village. It will be effective, but short-lived. You are going to prepare the potion.
Why are your eyes blindfolded?
I'm strengthening my eyesight today, so I mustn't use it at all.
It would save time if you were to teleport me.
That's impossible, for it involves a very potent spell that demands a great deal of energy. If a patient were to come see me, I wouldn't be able to treat him till tomorrow.
How do I make the potion?
Heat up some coconut milk, add some very small pieces of crushed bone, and some whole berries that grow on Initiation Lane. Then I'll cast my spell.
I'll be back, Jahina Dubra.
I'll be waiting for you, Ariane.
I'm back, Jahine Dubra.
Tell me what happened, Ariane.
The potion is ready.
Right. Pour the brew on this sponge, then go and squeeze it on the village square, quickly.
Okay. I'll be back, Jahine Dubra.
I'll be waiting for you, Ariane.
What can I do for you, Ariane?
Jahine Dubra has given me a sponge to protect the village.
You have to squeeze it over each of these 3 drains.
Okay. Hurry, we haven't a moment to lose.
Good luck, Ariane. What can I do for you, Ariane?
I hope Jahine Dubra's spell will work.
I'm positive it will. Now, come with me. I will see you to the Valley of the Spirits.
Ariane, they said you wanted to speak to me.
Yes, for some time now, but I was held up by Barres Mahul.
What is it you wanted to say?
Area Menude, the threat of war was a scam, a rumor spread by Alexander, the rector of the academy.
What are you saying?
And one of his co-conspirators is Barres Mahul.
These are heavy accusations. Do you have any proof?
I found a periscope we can use to see the surface of the Earth. It will show that there is peace there. Summon the villagers to come and see it if you like. The periscope is by the old coal mine.
I'll see. But you'll need more proof than that to convince me.
We're running out of time, Area Menude. Now that Alexander knows the cat's out of the hat, he's concocted a poison to spread an epidemic in your village. Wallace is supposed to come see you, isn't he?
Yes.
He will be carrying this germ without knowing it. We must delay his arrival.
I understand, but I want some proof.
Here is the bowl of memory. I removed it to convince you of the truth.
Who authorized you to do that?
Never mind. You have to see this.
Alexander the Rector speaks of dreadful occurrences. Spirits. I see. Barres Mahul. That mastermind of a magician, sabotaging our force field. Traitor. He is prepared to sacrifice lives to take control of the village. To take this ball away is a sacrilege. But you were right. I will be with you when the culprits are apprehended. Now get going. I sense that we're running out of time.
Gustav, quick! I have to go to Askium.
For goodness sake, Ariane, get in!
Thanks for the ride, Gustav.
My pleasure, Ariane.
Could that be a telephone ringing? Could that be a telephone ringing? Hello?
Hello, Ariane?
Yes, it's me.
This is Enrique. Listen, you've got to come see me right away at the telegraph office. Adam told me to warn you as soon as you got back to town.
Okay, I'll be right there. I've got to make sure nobody uses the balloon. Do I really want to go there? All right, let's go. So what is it?
Here you are at long last. It seems you want the whole town to gather in the wild zone?
Yes, I do. It's rather urgent. I think the best way to warn everyone is by telegram.
The thing is, I can't do that without permission from the chief engineer.
I get the picture, but this is an emergency.
It may well be, but what proof do I have of that?
At the academy, I found a flask with poison in it. Alexander wants to contaminate the giants, using Wallace, who doesn't know a thing about it.
But that's awful. You know, I don't think it's a very good idea to stir up the townsfolk. It will only create panic.
You're right. That's precisely what Alexander wants. His whole story about the war was pure fabrication from the get-go.
What did you say? I saw the pictures with my own two eyes. I took the newsreels off the projectors with my own two hands.
As soon as everybody's been warned, I'll have to find Wallace on the double.
I think he's down in the city. He should be leaving to see the giants in a few hours.
Have you ever seen this newsreel?
No, and yet there's the date and the emblem of the city on it.
This is the real footage from a month ago, and I'm sure it doesn't show any war on the surface of the Earth.
You mean that... Oh, my God, I swear I had nothing to do with it.
I believe you, and I will back up your story if you send this telegram to all the inhabitants of the town. We are going to reestablish the truth.
Right away.
Have you seen the rector?
No, it's a holiday today. He's probably not at the academy.
I think it should be wise to close off access to certain places like the academy.
You can make the necessary changes in the itineraries and timetables room. The Alta monorail won't stop at the station. I'll give you the master key. It ought to be empty at this hour.
Thanks. Then so long, Enrique, and thanks.
Good luck, Ariane.
I would have liked to have told the world about this invention, but I have to respect the way of life these people have chosen. All right, let's go. Do I really want to go there?
Ariane, you haven't complied with my order to stay in the city.
I've come to apologize. I ran away, it's true, but I didn't tell anyone about my situation.
I'd like to believe you.
It won't be easy to convince him. You need some medicine?
Yes, Amanda advised me to take a potion to relieve my pains.
Have you ever taken this potion before?
Plimentary? No, never.
Wallace, it's poison.
What?
Here it is. This document should give you some idea of what's in the flask.
My God, it looks like it's Alexander's handwriting.
Indeed it is. He was plotting to get rich off of all of you. He fabricated this war and took the diamonds from the mine to sell them to the outside world. He sensed that I was onto him, so he conceived this atrocious plan to cause panic.
This is so diabolical. Can you prove this plot really exists?
Yes, I can. Here are the documents that prove I speak the truth.
My God, these papers. Alexander has been cheating us. What a mastermind. And what cynicism.
Are you now convinced that I'm not a menace?
Ariane, I humbly apologize. I owe my citizens some explanations.
Will you let me leave the city now?
Yes, and unconditionally.
I've asked Enrique to send a telegram to all the townspeople. I'm going to invite them to look through a periscope and see beyond the city limits. All of them will see that there is no war at all on the surface. Your community is not threatened by the outside world, Wallace. Will you come with us?
You took this initiative?
I have proof of what I'm saying.
I'd be curious to see it.
What will you do with the rector?
I will have him arrested at once before we go to the periscope.
Then I'll see you later. Well, I'm off.
Be careful, Ariane.
Closed. I'm missing parts to finish the periscope. My name is cleared. I'm free now.
I'm so glad, Ariane.
Oseen, I can go home.
Is it true?
Yes, indeed. But before I go, you are all invited to the old coal mine to have a look at the surface of the Earth.
Really? I'll go see if somebody can take my place.
I'm looking for a mirror for a periscope.
Go to the laboratory refuge and take one from my trusty camera.
May I really? You're doing me a great service.
It's the least I can do.
This may be the last time I see you, Oseen.
That's true.
I won't forget you.
Neither will I, Ariane.
I'm ready to leave now. I'm off to the periscope now. I'll turn on my computer later on. There we go. Everything's ready. Can you give me the coordinates?
They're on the table.
Well, I have things to do now.
Well, then please go right ahead. I wouldn't want to keep you.
Oh, looks like a harbor. I see people laughing. Why, that's wonderful, Ariane. You bring us great news. Peace. The world is at peace.
I'm so happy to be going back home.
Ariane, in spite of all we owe you, we can never see you again. For everyone's sake, I've requested that the access to the surface be destroyed.
I understand, and I think it would be best to leave my computer and camera here with you.
You are making a tremendous sacrifice, one just as noble as your heart.
Ariane Menude, I would have learned a great deal by staying with your people, but I must go now.
Ariane, be careful. Your return to the surface will arouse a lot of suspicion.
Thank you, all of you. I'm losing out on a lot in leaving you, but my life is up there. I will think fondly of you, always.
Farewell, Ariane.
Is everything all right, miss? Seems you're as tough as they come.
Return to ground zero. I'm already antsy about what to say to the boss, but what of it? This won't be the first time.
Everything's just fine, thanks. It's straight back to civilization. I
I'm so glad I had the time to explore your world from top to bottom.
Okay, miss.